Good morning. 16th of December, 2025, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All of the times on my screens and that I refer to are Central Standard Time. Welcome. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I stream to YouTube for an extra layer of complexity and transparency, accountability, and so that I can review the stream on any device rather than just having to be standing here at my desks as I do all day, every trading day. This stream starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, as I said, every trading day, and it goes continuously until 1500, which is the cash close. Again, for transparency and accountability. I'm not monetized in any way, and I stream on by YouTube, and I stream by push 1440p high def. So let that be your guide. I'm not. Let's go. There we go. I'm not licensed to give financial or trade advice, and I don't intend that. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. But I do trade live. This is a live AMP futures account funded by me with my money, my account. And I trade live almost every day. If one of my vetted trades presents itself, I take it. Now, I don't know, I am very descriptive and completely transparent with my signals, my thinking, and my trading. So take that for what it's worth. I am see here, we just had the non-farm payroll for November out, so that was this little bump right here. I'm still looking at some stuff here. And I think that's good enough. Oh, the purpose of the stream, or the idea here, is that I don't multitask well anymore, and I find it more better, I should say, to focus on trading rather than journaling, which I believe is important. So all of my video is captured here on the stream, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. So boom, there is my journal. And I don't have to be thinking about screen snapping and typing and all those kind of things. So let's get on with the with the business at hand here now. So numbers. Oh boy, numbers. Do we have some numbers? I don't know what keeps happening to this thing, but I'm not very happy about it. Let's just start slowly here. Well, it keeps disappearing. These are the numbers for today, the reports. Huge, huh? The week before Christmas. Bear that in mind, and this is triple witching this week. So we just had all of these 3-star events out at 7:30, core retail sales, non-farm payroll from November. What they're trying to do here is catch up with because of the government shutdown and everything. So that's a good thing. So we start the year fresh with, hopefully back on the regular cadence of reporting, which we've all become so used to over the years. We've known, well, I don't know about we, but I've known for 15 years that non-farm payroll report is released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. You can count on that. You used to be able to set your watch by it, and know that it's probably the granddaddy of them all when it comes to reports with regard to market movement or disruption to the auction. So there we have that. This is investing.com. It is my go-to source because it's the oldest one I've used for the longest time, and I prefer the format especially for screen snapping and, you know, loading into Discord or whatever else. It's completely free. You can filter it for any kind of time zone, reports you want to see, for the impact of the report, 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, etc. Again, it's free. I try to keep everything I do here at the base level and free, so it's accessible by anybody. The other reporting that I use, and sorry that these got goofed up, I don't know how, is Financial Juice. It's the newer of them, also free, also filterable. Hey, Panda, good morning. My cat's come to say good morning here. One of them. And I don't like the calendar function or the docket as well. I just don't like the presentation and the coloring. However, right here, these kinds of events, which in this current environment have the potential to be market moving, will never be reflected in investing.com, because this site focuses on real revenue, financial reports and data, okay, that we're used to. We all know, I suppose, unless you've been living under a rock, that this, you know, anytime Trump gets near or other members of the administration particularly, get around microphones or cameras, it's which is completely what they're supposed to do, right? But they have a possibility of saying something that could have a tremendous impact on the market. So I'm really grateful that Financial Juice picks these kind of things up and gets them into the docket, and this will happen throughout the day. You know, this could be these are not things that are put in there from yesterday. The right side over here is more of a squawk box feel. The rising job rate is statistically insignificant. What the hell is wrong with these people? I find that's an interesting thing for the White House to say. Really? Wow. Sometimes I don't quite understand. But anyway, there you are for the reporting and the news, and let's get on to the pre-market now, which is that's crazy. I don't understand stuff like that. Sorry about that. Not a political comment. It's just, what the hell are you talking about? How can the Fed and the basic economy has two things to focus on, two mandates: employment and inflation. Inflation is rising. Employment is rising. How someone in leadership can say that increasing employment rate is insignificant, I find weird. I don't understand that logic. Sorry. So here we have investing.com, Investor RT, which is my older charting package. MES, Renko chart. Notice that all of my Investor RT charts, you can see the instrument, the time period, periodicity, sorry, and the session in the header. NQ, MNQ, micro NQ, and this is the micro ES, micro composite chart, which is my high time frame version. The way this works is, again, it's the RTH session. That's the daily, start 8:30 in the morning to 1600 at night in the afternoon. Again, you can see it right here. These are daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Here was yesterday. So this volume profile was right here until yesterday, till the session closed last night, and then I increased it to here. And that, by so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control. and high and low volume nodes, these red and green lines in here, which are for this current volume profile of the microcomposite. Those red and green lines, they are the values associated with them that they represent are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile. You know, TPOs, I'm sure everybody's familiar with this by now. If not, throw something in the chat and I'll explain it at some point. I used to trade that exclusively. Anyway, and then there's session prices, which also are pushed automatically to Bookmap. We rolled yesterday. I've now removed the Z contracts from my quote pages because they're just redundant and they suck up memory, RAM, computer cycles, or CPU cycles. And I also plot the same configuration for the minis. So this is the mini or the ES, and we are now on the H6 contract. And we got to do this over here, and just it gets its knickers in a knot sometimes. And all I have to do with this little thing here when there's a big news event, and all I have to do is this, and there you go. Now, at 8:30 after the open, I'll reset these to the RTH session only. And here we have the same micro composite for the mini, or the micro, I mean. Why is this? There we go. Now, let's get back here to our micros. Sorry, stand by. This is why I don't journal. This is why I have the stream. Typing and talking is, you know, that kind of thing. So let's get back to Bookmap. Now here we have Bookmap. This is the complete session. I put this blue boy over here, which is a real complicated, very expensive proprietary indicator called a vertical line at the opening print of each session. As a visual cue for me, I glance left. If I see that, I know I have the complete session in view. And that's what I want to do I want to be firmly rooted in the context. So what did we do? We opened here, traded down, we traded back up through there on the over on the non-farm payroll, and then we're right here. Now here's the part I don't like. There's previous RTH low, so we're just fluffing around in or out of range. Anyway, let's get to the beginning. Let's start over here. Or let's start properly. This is the dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it, in Bookmap. Prices, resting liquidity. Micro composite column. These are the various levels that I manually enter from the micro composite chart. And these are the high and low volume nodes from the micro composite, which push across. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. And will continue today through 1600. RTH volume profile, which is meant to reset every morning at 8:30 sharp, and we'll see how that works today. Been battling with that a little bit. This is a very important column for me. It's my statistics and note column. The first thing I do here is set the title of this column to the open type that we will be having this morning at 08:30. Now, how do I determine that? Very simple. There's only 4 open types. Higher out of range, which is a gap up, higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range, which is a gap down. They are determined by 2 criteria. Let's imagine that we open right here. Here's where price is right now. Let's imagine we open right here right now. How would that price compare to the previous RTH close? It's lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low. That means that the high must be way above us. So right now we would be higher or within range. So the open type, if we opened right here, right now, would be lower in range. Yesterday was higher in range. So let's change that title this way. Lower in range. And the reason I changed the titles here on the column is when I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title, that column title, and know instantly the information contained about the overnight range, the overnight session. Then these are the statistics from yesterday, some of them. So let's clear those because we're going to put in new ones this morning. We'll do that in a minute. This is the RTH session, or the IRT session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT here to Bookmap. And if anybody would like these, I share them freely. So like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. No problem. I push these live from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday afternoon. So happy to share. You'll notice there are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are just a few lines, and they're all price and data driven. I don't do any hocus pocus, hunching by gunch. It's not how I approach trading. I approach trading as a as a business based on probabilities and statistics. So that's makes it easy. There is a full session POC, which is a more muted yellow. There's an RTH session POC, which is a brighter yellow. What is the POC? It is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far at 67.25, we've traded 3,666 contracts. The very split second that one of these levels trades 6,600 or 3,667, the POC will move there. That's all. It's just the price at which the most contracts have traded in the session so far. That's all. The yellow line plots, of course, because we want to know where the POC has gone. What is the POC? If it's the most traded price, that's the price that most traders in the world who are looking at the MES agree is a place to trade. So that's important, isn't it? There's a RTH, there's an RTH VWAP and a Globex VWAP, which arguably could be considered an indicator because it's the volume weighted average price and it's calculated. And there's a RTH mid. The only other line that is, or level that is a little bit confusing from time to time are the initial balance high and low, and I don't see one easily I know where it is. Here it's below the previous high and the previous I know that it's this green level right here, but that's unfortunately under the previous close, yesterday there's a 2.7% probability, 2.4% probability that we would not take the IB high statistic or low statistic. In other words, there's a statistic associated with the initial balance high and low, and yesterday was one of the very few days where we did not do that. Typically, it's around 97.5% every day. Looking back over my study, which we'll talk about in a second, and I guess right now. But the IB high and low are nothing more complicated. It's confusing to some because of the naming. It stands for market or initial balance, which comes from market profile days, and that is what those two levels really represent are the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, period. So let's look at the statistics now, and they come from, this study. And you see yesterday, we did not achieve the IB high or low statistic, because IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, and when a level has been revisited, they change it or highlight it to blue from black. So here are the 4 open types. We've just determined we're going to open lower in range, and how this study works is real simple, like everything else. The computer looks back at 1,639 trading days, the most recent. Of these 1,639 days, we opened lower in range, 482 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.6% of the time. Overnight, let's wind this up a little bit. There we go. 82.6. Pretty complicated, eh? Overnight POC, 80.7. Overnight POC, 80.7. And then I'm just going to go down the list. I like the way we're trading here because we're getting away from the previous low, which is good. I hate having to change them. POC is previous close, 74.1. If I'm not mistaken, that's right there, yep. Oh, wait a minute here. That didn't work. Why not? And I will continue down the list until I've got a sufficient number of these. You need to remember that these are probabilities. These are just a statistical level where these values were revisited over the past 1,639 days where we opened lower in range. That's it. I need to do something else here. I'm behind the curve. I'm behind my thing here. I need to do the TLab snap, which is I'll explain it in a second. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, or led by, or whatever, however you say it, call it, refer to it, whatever. A guy named Tom B, who is a reportedly professional trader. And he's got about 46 years experience, according to him, self-proclaimed. And I say that not sarcastically, but, that's the truth. I don't have any document that says when he started trading, He said, I started trading in about 80s, and he's got 46 years. And I have no reason not to believe that. I also believe that he is a successful trader based on his, again, based on what he says and based on what I assume, judging from his lifestyle and things like that. You're never going to see a verified account, whatever report. You're never going to see, I'm pretty sure you're ever going to see a wrap Lambo or a gold chain. He's a serious trader with 46 years experience. He doesn't call trades. He doesn't trade live. He does a stream for an hour or two in the morning from about 10:30 to 12, which is basically a look back from the history, a rearview mirror analysis from the open of the current day up through that period of time. In reality, I don't have any reason. I have no verified proof or something that Tom is a live trader or that he does what he says does, but I believe that. I mean, I believe that he is. And so I spent some time there in the TLab before I started this stream in my journal here. And I respect him and the place. So I, out of courtesy and, gratitude, I make a couple of snaps every day. This one for all the numbers and things that traders might need over there that don't have the same charting. And about 6 o'clock in the morning, I post the reports. There's a good crew of people in there also, Ned and Rod and some of us who have ended up with Rod's Static. So, that's about all I can say. It's free. And one of the appealing parts of the TLab for me early on was you're never solicited for anything, which is refreshing in today's internet world. So that's the TLab. Not very eloquent this morning, but I'm tired. What do you want to do? Just getting going, and I'm thinking about something else here. All right. So back to the statistics. Okay. Where am I now? Previous low. That ought to be one that's important. Well, let's look at the IB high or IB low. 60.6. Well, I happen to know that the IB low, that this is the IB low. You see it right here. Okay, it's under the previous RTH low. Remember what I said. So this is 60.6, and it is the IB low. And I put the initials because when we open at 8:30, this flag and this line are going to move to the low of wherever we're trading. Now, it turns out we're going to be trading right about here now again. And here, if they keep going down, we're going to open lower out of range, which is going to irritate me. So I'm going to stop throwing these levels in until I see where these little boys and girls decide to start this mess. Remember that this is triple witching week, the week before Christmas, essentially the last meaningful trading week in the year. You can bet any top flight trading desk trader is either getting his skis on right about now or, got his feet up on the beach. He's probably somewhere besides the trading desk. Typical. And here we are now lower out of range if we open down here. So I'm going to just stand by. I'll change a few of these numbers if we open down here, which will be a gap opening. Not much of one, but, a gap is a gap, right? So let's see how we open. I'm just going to stand by now until we see what happens. Irritating. I hate that, but what are you going to do? These are statistics. These are data points. It's not made up or anything else. So there you go. And this happens to be, in case you notice over here on Bookmap, this is the gap high from the 26th of November. And this is the gap low from the 25th of November. Not much of a gap, but we haven't gotten back in there yet since. Here's the gap I'm talking about right here. And we're only down there now, almost nearly the full month. What's that mean? Beats the hell out of me. But it's the data point. Now we're going to be lower. We're going to open lower out of range, which will be gap rules. And gap rules are, see if we open and thing resets on time properly, which is going to irritate me if not. Get ready for my rant and rave over here. So hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Here we go. 30 seconds. At the moment, we're gap low. So this will change to, instead of lower out of range, in range, it will be lower out of range. Very definitely. And there's our open. And we didn't reset. There we did by the double click. Okay, so this is now going to be lower out of range. Not much of one, and I think we've probably, while I've typed this, we've already closed the gap. And that's exactly right. So never mind, you know. I hate that, but it's hay. And we'll put Blue Boy on there in a second. And there we go. Yeah. Well, so that gap open is over and done. I'm not even going to bother with the gap rules here. Stupid. I mean, let's put old Blue Boy on, shall we? Careful. Where are we? 8:30, right there. Boom. Okay. Close enough. Well, not quite. Irritates me when I do that. Ooh. Remove this drawing. I don't like the drawing tools of Bookmap. I gotta say. I find it unhandy. And I'm sure it's just me. You know the old saying, it's a poor workman that blames his tools, right? There we go. That's good enough. So there is our open. Now Blue Boy's on the job. We have opened in a gap, closed the gap, and boop, already. I'm not even going to bother with it, I don't think. I need to now change my charting to the full session like this. I mean to the RTH session, sorry. And here's our open. Right down here in our little gap-a-rooney over here. Huh? And I do this because to keep all of the various flags aligned. Most particularly the developing value area high and low and the value area high and low. That's actually the only two that are really affected by this. But the people who use my session prices expect the value area low to be for the previous RTH session and the developing value area low and high for the current auction. Now, you notice that we're initial balance high is at the top of the day, and the value area and the initial balance low is down here below it. Got it. Looks like we missed by a tick. And the open's got to be down here somewhere. It's going to push here in a second, I guess. So there we go. Well, so much for the freaking gap. Let's see something. You see how I mentioned that IRT conveniently and most graciously highlights the correct open type, and we've already taken the POC. You see how it's changed in the mid. See how we've changed the text that's highlighted blue from gray. So guess what? I know I'm right. Isn't it cute? And in a minute, we're going to look at the open. And the open is 68.61.5. You see right there? No, you don't see right there. Open, RTH open, 68.61.5. Mm-hmm. 68.61.5. It happens to be right underneath it there, I'm guessing. Mm-hmm. So that is going to be, I'm doing this for the sake of illustration as to how I do this. This is the gap low. I'm sorry. Gap low. What it went, well, 16.1225. Okay. And the previous RTH happens to be almost identical here, doesn't it? Yeah, pretty close. That's the gap high. That's how I do that, just so you know. Uh, 16. I think I got the wrong date on the other one there. I'm sleepy here still. Okay, and the gap lows, yes, this is not 16, this is 15 from yesterday, right? No, other way around. God damn, I better go back to bed immediately. This is an emergency here. This is the 15th. That's the previous low. It's just to show the gap areas. It's just like here, right? This is from 25th of November. This is from something. And there we go. Now, what have we got going on here? Morning, Antonio. Hope all is well in Portugal. Warming up over here a little bit. It's something. I don't know. it's something. By golly. It's 7 over here right today. Somehow I got my, I don't know what's going on here. But we'll just get up to speed. Best we can. Okay. As you may or may not have known from the pre-market, everybody, we had a whole bunch of catch-up numbers this morning. This is our numbers released for today. Non-farm payroll, for example. This is triple witching week. It'll be a triple witching Friday, Antonio. One of the big. They expect it to be about the biggest option roll or witching ever. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. And we've got all the usual hocus pocus going on over here. We've got a little random risk on the table here at 1300 with that ceremony, or who knows what ceremony, and doesn't matter, but there's you can bet there'll be a microphone and a camera, so it could be a situation we might have some risk that we don't know about at this moment. And that's about that. I've got my sessions correct. Yeah, isn't it cute? Yeah. There you go. Yesterday was about a done. Yesterday was a 2.4% probability day. It was one of the few days. Well, 2.4% probability out of 1,600 and whatever I do. The way that works is the study's looking at 1,640 days. Yesterday it was this is updated now for today because there's an extra day in it. But yesterday this was 67.6. So it was a 2.5% day that we did not take the IB high or low. And I think, let me see something here. Well, it's 158 out of 1,600 days. Today, similarly, if we've already done it. So, no, we've already taken the IB, or the POCs. We've not taken the IB because it's not a thing until 9:30. And what are we doing here now? Something's going haywire. We're going to close that gap. Looks to me like the gap that we've been living on here for a long time. Right here. Not much of a gap, mind you, but it's a gap from way back on the 25th of November. They keep this up, they're going to close it. Whoa, a tick. Someone of the administration people said this morning that the increase in unemployment was not meaningful in the unemployment numbers was not meaningful data. What the hell? I mean, that's still those kind of statements. I don't know. Pretty crazy. I mean, you know. I wonder what they would consider was a significant data. That the ballroom's on track. You know, Jesus Christ. It's amazing. Really amazing. Well, let's try to get this down to, and here we go. 1 point high. Blue boy on the job. And we can have a firm here's a point to make here that notice the IB low line indicator differs from the IB low flag at this moment. That's a known situation. It's not a bug at all. It is simply a result of the smallest refresh rate I can set in the cloud note column is a minute, and the boys and girls who coded up this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, have less than a minute, and you notice the flag is now jumping down there. So there we go. Not to be confused. And it's on duty. What's the IB low again? What was that? It's the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. I think if you approach the market from a calm, rational point of view of data, probabilities, it's so much less stressful, more, and I think conducive to long-term success, I believe. And I approach it a little different than some others because I prescribe to the same philosophy to only trade vetted trades setups. But unlike others, I actually vet them live and provide the evidence and the backtest results here in the stream, because this is my journal, isn't it? Who am I trying to kid? There you go. It's kind of the, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. And I only trade live, so, and on the stream. So there you go. Not to rehash old news, but I was busy back testing into the wee hours for me last night. Oh man, okay. Okay. Get set up for the trading event here that we're going to have. This is the initial balance trading system. I'm now going to push this to this chart, which is just a visual confirmation for me. Actually, I can see I can see that things are happening when and where I expect them to. I'm going to send this to the chart now. First of all, let's confirm what kind of setup I've got going on here. Who knows where I was when I went to sleep. So this is a 12-tick stop. I see I was doing something totally different here. I want to get back to my old standard, which I haven't set up yet on Bookmap. That's pretty stupid, isn't it? We can't trade right now on Bookmap. Isn't that funny? What this is going to do now is this is going to trade a risk neutral 2-lot package. At 12 ticks, we're going to trail to 12 ticks. And let's see what happens, shall we? Save that. Got to modify the rule. Come on. Well, I tell you, I need to upgrade my CPU. Come on, you son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, they're flying around over here. There we go. We got to modify. Now we've got to save. Save, I hope. There we go. And now let's push this to the chart. And I want to say at the outset before I do that, this is going to evaluate these trading system real time on this chart. And it will plot and take trades, but only within the simulator of IRT. And that's by design, by choosing this account and having nothing in the symbols trading list, because I want to evaluate that it's happening correctly before my money's on the line. Send to chart. Okay, let's get rid of this. And let's make I want to see that it's trailing. So let's put the stop on there. Let's make that a deep red of some variety. Okay. And apply, and there we go. So someone at some point last night or yesterday or whenever the look back on this chart is, which I think is 5 days, plotted that red line. That's the reason I generally keep those off, because they continue those lines forever. Okay, so now let's do this. Come on, so the old guy can see what the hell is going on. Oh, and that's incorrect. You see right here, we've got something is going wrong here. This happened yesterday. That's impossible that we have these signals. So something is wrong, and I think I know what it is. God damn it. Sorry. Those should not be firing. I can tell what's firing by these V-pound variables. It's something to do with the, this is a new wrinkle. I don't know why it's doing this. But I think it'll be okay here in a second. I don't know. It's in the backtest mode. When the system backtest engine is running, it doesn't evaluate intra-bar. It evaluates every bar, open, high, low, close. It doesn't understand if one thing happened before the other within the bar. Now you see that that's gone. I'm going to get rid of that red line because I don't care about that anymore. God damn it. Should be no signals until 9:30, right? It's the first signal is based on based on the initial balance. Come on, you son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. Let's get rid of that, or just change it, I guess. We don't want that one. Apply. Okay. I'm going to set these to 0 because they're not supposed to be. There should have been no flags fired there, and how that happened, I don't know, because that's based on initial balance trigger. This is completely crap. I'll tell you what it is, I think, and this is something I don't know how to do. I don't know how to tell book or IRT that I don't want to look at any kind of I think I know what I might have done. Come on. I think I might have left the backtest days in there. That might be part of it. I'll show you what I mean. I'm not showing you the chart, the stuff either. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to get up to speed with what I've got, what I need to do here. I want to set these V-pound variables back to 0 so that everything should be fresh for the signals. What I think I might have done was, let's set up the back test. 500 day, 15 days. Okay, let's make that 1. I don't know what happens if you make it 0. I never did that one before. Okay, and it's already, oh no, maybe I didn't do this one yet. It's very clear that these are not supposed to be doing that as far as the rules go, as I understand them. And I've got a lot of backtesting mileage on myself here at this point. All right, let's hope that stays as it is. You know, best laid plans of mice and men, huh? All right, back to the real world here. Let's quit that crap. Sorry, I can't do that ahead of time. It's, you know, when it does something, it's what it does. What do we got going on now? We're one high, we're wide. And what are we doing? We're trading all over the place and quite volatile. That's kind of interesting. Be right back. All right, here we go. What happened now? Who's on third? Nothing. What have they done? What have we got? 46 to 80. So 25 handles? No, 35 handles. Wide on the IB. Well, let's hopefully this will work now. The reasoning or the thing that's changed recently with this that's tricking me up here. These the flags, which are just signal markers over here, or I should say the signals, A, B, and trigger. I'm real imaginative. We're firing based on whenever that criteria was met without any regard to sequence. And I know that. I know it needs to be an A and a B and a trigger. But in the trading system itself, they're very definitely sequential. In other words, there can't be more of them on, active at any one time. And when the system's in the trade, nothing fires, obviously signal-wise, until the system is flat, and then it starts over again. So I was trying to code that in such a way with the rules and the signal markers, so that because other people, Garrett, for example, in Static, is looking at this chart and thinks it's helping him, and I'm happy to share it with anybody, but I want it to be clear. So I've taken up using the V-pound variables for the various flags, and now we've got one here that is not supposed to have fired, V-pound 84. That's incorrect. How can that have fired here? Because it's not 9:30 yet. None of these should fire until the initial balance is a real statistic. So I've got something, I'm misunderstanding something for sure. I'm going to have to go back through the goddamn I'm going to have to look at this somehow. I don't understand how that can happen. Shit. It doesn't affect the system trading, and it doesn't affect me trading the system. What it affects is the visual impact here on the chart, on this chart itself, which is what I'm trying to help others with. As far as the system taking trades, it will do so, and it'll plot them. As far as me taking the trades live, I will do so, which brings me to another point that's probably pretty important. If a trade's set up right now, which it can't because I'm only trading the initial balance trades, of course, that's the only vetted setups I have at this point, I couldn't take it. Why? Because in order to trade with Bookmap, the trade control panel has to be activated. You have to select a method that you will interact with the application, the Bookmap application, to trade with your chart. Jesus Christ. With your mouse. If you choose charts, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Notice that the mouse is now a $sign. Over here it's a mouse, a pointer. $sign, pointer, beep, beep. So if you select chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse and the only active area is here. If you choose dome, the only active area is here, right? If you choose both, guess what? Yes, sirree, Bobby. Now, the next thing I need to do is select multi-brackets because I I rely on them to apply the risk neutral methodology, and I really strongly recommend you always trade with full bracket orders. Stop, targets, whatever, however many, definitely stop. Some people don't say so, but anyway. So the smallest risk neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because they need to be an even number of contracts right there. The next thing that you need to decide is the stop loss for the entire package. And the first most important thing you better consider before anything else is your account risk parameters. Whether it's your funded account, I mean, sure, if you're trading a paper trading account and you don't care if you blow it up or whatever else, I guess that's okay. That's not good practice, and that's not a good habit to get your subconscious used to. But anyway. And then you need to figure out what you need to look at the instrument you're trading and what's the volatility of that and what's the volatility of the market in the current market environment. For example, if you're trading the NQ, 12 ticks isn't going to do you much good. And this needs to be decided well before the RTH trading session or whatever session you trade, wherever you are. In other words, you need to have decided this away from your live trading session and your live market. After this is established, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then there's a runner, and you can do any, let your conscience be your guide, whatever. This is a volatile market, four lots normal. You can create as many of these as you want, as creative as you want to get. Add as many stops and targets as you want to have. Once this is established, then I close that, and now we have, notice the package sizes in here. See these metrics? They are replicated up here. You can turn this off and on, by the way, or select whichever ones you want to be displayed. I don't need the rest of these tools in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. So I confirm the package size. I re-click the padlock. Stays green, stays open. I have all my metrics. I have cancel. I have close. And I get my real estate back. Now I can trade live on this live funded account with AMP Futures with Bookmap. And let me caution you, once this column is selected, if you accidentally click over here for some reason, you got an order or a trade on whether you meant to or not. And another thing that's important that I frequently forget to mention, you can hotkey with your keyboard if you're used to trading that way. I used to do that. You have to set up the hotkeys, obviously, and the trade control panel must be activated somehow. You either DOM or both or chart, but you have to have it activated, and of course select a number of contracts and whatever you can trade. And one caveat about the keyboard and hotkeys is the Bookmap application must have focus of the computer, and that's a normal operating system thing. It's got nothing to do with Bookmap or anybody else. But so there's that. So now I can trade, and what I am doing presently is when a trade is, the signals have fired and a trade has been activated over here on IRT, I manually and immediately as I can get it, replicate the trade live in real time in Bookmap. And that's how I'm forward testing in the live account. I think I hopefully got that clear. in case you're trading a situation where, you know, your broker changes your margin requirements and it's a thing for you, account size wise, at the ETH Open 1700 last night, margin requirements went up to 25% of nominal of the maintenance. So in other words, the MES went from, or the ES went from $400 per contract to $5,800 margin requirement per contract until some minutes after the non-farm payroll number was out, and then they went down, and that was at 7:46 this morning. I got that email. I get an email during the session close from AMP, and I got an email after the number was out, which I received at 7:46 Central Standard Time this morning. So 16 minutes after the report, the margins returned to normal. If trading, you know, the micros, it's not a concern particularly, but if you're trading the minis, you might have and especially, I think it's especially curious to me that those are implemented at the session, at this open of the ETH session. So at 17:05, you know, at 17:05 last night, you needed to have 5,800 and change margin requirement per contract in your account in order to trade the mini, ES mini. Well, that's a pretty long time before the number, you know. That's 14 hours before the number. I don't know. Anyway, it's not my, you know, none of my business, but there you go. Okay. And now what do we got going on here? Boy, this thing chokes, I'll tell you what. It's amazing. Well, what I'm going to do now is monitor this. Like, oh, God damn, here we go again. Boy, something is definitely off in Denmark here, and then I got to take some screen snaps of this noise. This is not happening. This behavior is not anything like I am anticipated, you know, like I thought was going to be. And I'm pretty handy with these things, I thought. One more flag here, and that would be a trigger. That would say it's going to enter a trade, which is abso-freaking-lutely wrong as far as these V-pound variables go. When the initial balance trade at the low, which we're not even near an initial balance, right? So the idea is that when the initial balance is taken, the 1 or the 0 fires, and then there's a corresponding flag for, you know, staging over here. Then when the B signal fires, the pullback or the continuation zone, we get a flag, we get a variable here. It sets that variable to 1. Then when we get the trigger, it sets the 4 to a 1, and when the trade is entered, the 6 would become hot, or 7, depending on if it's a short or long. We don't have an IB signal of any sort, and why all of these things are doing that, I have no I've gone through this again last night and was pretty convinced that I had them set sequentially and correctly. So I think it has to do with the back testing. The fact that the system is, in fact, I don't know. I got to ask Eddie or Bill Lynn or somebody what the hell that, because that's screwing me up. The way it was before, I didn't bother with these things as far as the signal markers, like I said, and they were just firing whenever, and I don't like that. It was confusing, Garrett, and people that I don't want to confuse. The purpose is I want to help, not hurt, right? Not hinder. So that's goddamn irritating, boy. And that's going to throw the signals all off as far as firing here on the system, because they are, there hasn't been an initial balance. You know, we don't have that trigger. Okay, I'm not going to let that bother me. I am going to just press on. Grasshopper. So it's 9:15. The initial balance stat will be set at 9:30. And we can start thinking about signals. The problem I'm having with this V-pound story over here is that I can't trade. I can't test this away from the live market. So, or I haven't figured out how. They do have a replay in IRT, and it is just horrible here in my setup. It's absolutely useless. And boy, that's one of the strengths, or one of the really amazing parts of Bookmap. The Bookmap replay is for going back and, you know, retrading something that's happened. Is you can't. It's really, really well done and efficient. This is just damned annoying, boy. I wonder what happens if I set this thing to 0. Back test, set up. Let's make it 0 days backwards and see what happens. I don't know. It may not do anything. I don't know. I'm just winging it here. It may not even do anything. I don't know. Boy, that's really disappointing. You see, there is the third signal. So this thing should have fired a trigger to enter a trade. And that would turn, once that was entered, this 87 would go 1, and then no signals should fire until the system goes flat. And you notice that it hasn't actually taken any trade over here. So there's some disconnect between the way I've got this happening and what's going on over here. That's for freaking sure. I'm going to try setting these to 0 again and see if that does something. I don't know. I have no clue. And how they can override. And this is, this is what happens when old cowboys get a hold of computers right here, boys and girls. Well, let's get all these back to 0 and see what happens here now. Okay. Again. And these are just placeholder flag. Come on. These are just placeholder. When one sets, it sets both of them. But how that can be a thing, I don't know. It's not complicated. It's not some sort of complicated code. It's if this, then that. It's and it equates to Boolean. Yes or no. Pretty easy. So I'm pretty confused now. And that's an easy thing to do. Okay, I've got those set, I hope. Now let's see what's going on here. Well, we don't have an initial balance trade yet. That's pretty normal. But let's look at what I've got happening. Okay, there's Blue Boy. First of all, what would you say the context is besides a mess? I'd say it's rotational, wouldn't you? Here's our open. Boom, 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 boom. I'd say so. Here's the initial balance low, and there's the initial balance high. At 9:30, these will stop moving up, stop moving down, and the statistic will become active. Now, so that is the first signal in my trade system, which is very simple and straightforward. It is 3 signals. A, very imaginative naming, A, B, and trigger. So the initial balance, the first criteria is the initial balance statistic. And that is 97.6%, 97.5% of the days, looking back over the most recent 1,640 trading sessions, trading days, IRT, or RTH trading sessions, we revisited the IB high or low 235 times for 97.5%. Right? So after 9:30, there's a 97.5% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, from 9:30 until 1600. That's the first statistic, and that's the first signal for my trading system. So let's watch, let's wait. One of the nice parts about having a vetted trading system, which I'll show you all about the vetting thing in a minute in the back there after a while. It's nothing's in, there's no panic, there's no hurry, scurry, and blurry, none of that. It's just, okay, what's going to happen? Well, in 8 minutes, this statistic may be taken out. That would be an A with specific criteria. then we'll wait for a B. And then we'll wait for a trigger. And if the trigger fires, you enter the trade. Period. A kid could do it. Now, was that an IB statistic? No, it's not 930. This low will continue to go down with price until 930. That's seems so elementary, but some people seem to have a real issue with that. And one of the things that I really recommend, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic, of any statistic. Would I imagine that we're probably going to take the initial balance low? Yeah, I would. Look at it. Look at how we're trading right now. It's exactly what happened yesterday. And guess what? We didn't ever take either one of them. So all those boys and girls that got all excited about trading to the statistic got stopped out. Or, had sense enough to realize it wasn't a thing and took canceled their trade. But neither statistic was ever taken from 930 until 1600 yesterday. So there you go. And what happened over here? What's all that about? I don't know. So here we go now. 7 minutes. Still no initial balance low. The flag and everything else is going to move at some point here. We've taken out about all the statistics now that we had in there, the mid, the value, and the mid, the POCs. We haven't taken the previous high right up here. I think that's what that is. Oh, the close. I'm sorry, previous close. The POC's been taken out. This is my workflow for revisited numbers, just for something to do. There you go. Just change the text to black, and then I can take them off when and if ever. So we've taken out these. Look at here. We finally got back to these boys here. And I'm just going to set them all black, and I'll take them off tonight or whenever. Long time those have been laying in there. Wait a minute, is that right? There we go. Selling it hard, eh? Guess what? No IB. Where's that overnight low? Let's look at that statistic. I try to not do this after the fact, but I want to also have the, the hell did it even go? Wow. Oh, the overnight low is a fairly high statistic, actually. The overnight low is 70.5. Amazing, huh? Come on, what the hell's going on? And they're going to get that one, it looks like. I put those on. Obviously, it doesn't matter to us now, but remember that this is my journal and this is a recording, so I want to have it, accurate and complete as I can. And let's get back to this silly shit and see if it's changed those flags around. No, not yet. Gonna have that statistic in about 4 more minutes. I hope I figured that out. Boy, they pushed that open, didn't they? 50 handles wide. Wow. 50 handle range. Well, that is pretty definitely not rotational, in my opinion. I would say context is definitely heading lower, wouldn't you? What happens here? So they're pretty impressed with the economy, I guess. Well, we might have actually gotten an IB low set, at least at the previous RTH low. Look at there. And that doesn't mean we're going to come down and take it out. I repeat, once and for all, do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Do I think it's probably going to be the IB low? Yeah, I would think so. But hey, you know, I just look at yesterday. We have a POC down there and a MVPOC from the 25th. So we've got about a little bit less than a minute. And the IB statistic will be a thing. It's alive. It's alive. Seems weird to me today. 75 points. There we go. 9:30. The initial balance statistic is hot. This will no longer move. This will no longer move. And if price takes one or the other out, that statistic will be satisfied. Remember what I said about don't trade toward the statistic in anticipation of it? Well, what do you think? And believe me, that is the voice of experience talking. So let's see where we are now. Well, we don't have any signal numbers up here, so that makes me kind of warm and fuzzy. Here we are. Let's move this up a little bit. IB high, IB low. It's 9:30. So our pullback and continuation and trigger zones have become active. They'll start plotting over here as you see them here. And if I'm not lying to myself, wow, look at here. Here they are in Bookmap. Now, we don't have a statistic yet, but what I will do in anticipation of that, just to get you, I'm going to leave it with as it is with Blue Boy on duty here, so we can just monitor this. But should we come down and approach taking out an IB statistic, I'll widen this out to 50 cents. I'll drop down to a minute and likely put on the candlesticks, because the rules of the system are based on intra-bar events, you know. And with Bookmap, I've not been able to figure out a way to do that. within the candle, within the 1 minute candle. So what I do is widen out and put on some candles. Isn't that cute? And I'm sure, you know, avid bookmap users are gagging and puking, but hey, it's my ball and my bat, right? So this is my journal. Remember that. This is live. This will be live trading with real money, funded account, funded by me. No prop schmop or any of that noise. And I'm not going to ever talk about. I got to put a thing in the disclaimer about Top Step. That's a real ripoff at this point. Big disappointment there. But I'm not going to talk about it. I mean, I'm tired of talking about it. I described it several times during the course of right after that happened, the 1st of October. But but there you go. Ooh, VPOC migration lower on bookmap, IRT, sorry. Oh, that's something else. I try to keep all the colors consistent between the platforms, you know, the yellows for the developing value area or developing POC and the VWAPs and the mids and the IBs and those things. They're all consistent over here and also on my charting. And all the lines and levels are consistent. Try to be that way. Okay, so let's see what happens. Where are we now? What is that red line? POC. Pretty much the mid. What's that mean? Well, we're stuck up in the middle, baby. Okay. So let's do this is live trading now, so I'm going to do my checklist. I got simulated. That this note is just a note to confirm that the account selection is simulated within IRT. The trading list is 0. That's a good thing. This is a quote page that must, if you're going to trade live to a broker, you must have the instrument that will be pushed to the, you know, that will be traded with the broker in this particular quote page. So that's a thing I discovered recently. That's pretty handy. And here we are. Remember, this happened yesterday, all day, up and down and up and down. And now it's important to understand that this is my journal, and I'm trading the vetted, the only 2 trades that I have vetted, 2 for the IB high, 2 for the IB low, period. If you or some other trader has mean reversion trades vetted that have nothing to do with the initial balance and have something to do with whatever else, good for you. And this stream is nothing to do with my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing, and I share it as openly and as transparently as humanly possible that I know of. Whatever you do that's consistently profitable, absolutely don't change it. And, you know, drop something in the chat so Antonio and I know what the hell you're up to. Or at some point. Boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. Well, so far so good. Maybe setting that to 0 on the back test thing was a part of it or something. So far so good. No signals here or flags as there should be, because there's a possibility that I could have a signal because it's now 9:30, the initial balance is set, but no other. And until that statistic or that level or signal has been achieved, there can be no other. According that's the logic anyway. Let's hope I've not completely lost the edge here. Okay, let's see what's going on. Oof. Not such a great day for temperatura. What do we got happening over here now in Wally world? Well, look here. Oh no, here it is. I was going to say I just gone away. No. So we've picked up another one here at 7:30. Obviously doesn't bother us, the Hanukkah reception. And this trumpet ceremony, I have no clue what that is, but it's really great that they're doing that. Because we have a thing nowadays, which I have, lack of a better idea, called unidentified critical risk. And that's why I'm so happy to see Financial Juice picking these things up. You'll notice that it is, if you weren't watching that and you're just watching normal financial reporting and economic stuff, you would just know nothing about it. Okay? And this is by no means political. What it is real. You know, it's facts, real life, big boy stuff. Your main primary directive as a trader is to preserve your account and to grow it. But the first thing you need to do is preserve your account. What the hell good does it do to have the most fantastic strategy in the world and you blow your account up and you can't trade tomorrow? Zero. And the way you do that is risk management. That's the first and foremost tenet of trading. How do you do that? Well, the first thing you do is you recognize any potential disruptions to the auction that could impact price one way or the other significantly. The typical example I always refer back to is non-farm payroll. We've known for 20 years that non-farm payroll is going to come out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You can plan on that. You can make a mitigation plan around that. You can be in the market or out of the market, whatever you want to do, you know. An unrecognized or unplanned, whatever you want to call it, critical risk is something that we have now that we never had before in all the years I've been around. And that, a perfect example of that is right here. There's a 229 handle point drop in the market based on a tweet at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning out of no place. You can't mitigate that risk. The only thing you can do is anticipate the possibility of this unrecognized risk and make sure you only trade vetted trades, that you have full brackets in the market. And if you're trading live, make sure that your stops and targets, your brackets, are server side, not on your local machine. That's, if you've got a better way of approaching that or mitigating or dealing with that potential risk, let me know. I'd love to know what that is. And I'm not saying there's anything, perfectly Trump's business to tweet whatever the hell he wants. Whenever he wants. But when this is a out of no place reaction, and turns out the reason he was mad and made the tweet hadn't happened, really, was fake news. And his reaction, his reported reaction to that he was going to take didn't happen either. So, I mean, it's even, imagine a thing that didn't happen and the reaction to it didn't happen, but 229 handles got knocked off. That's billions of dollars knocked off the ES, and countless accounts blown up. So that's a real serious thing that we only face now. And frankly, I say that again, not politically, but I've been trading since 1999, and about the only time I saw something similar was in 911, and I was sitting on trading and watching the screens, watching CNBC in those days, and watched that happen live. 2008, I mean, this particular environment we're in, where tweets or microphone appearances or whatever else, offhand comments can have such a huge impact on the market, is something I'm not used to. So that's why I call them unrecognized risk. And I'm so pleased and thankful, I guess, that Financial Juice is trying to get them into the docket as best they can. So there you go. I think I'll just refer to them as UCRs. And how's trading to that statistic working out for you? Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, maybe not. Maybe not again. It'll be pretty damn. I don't know I have no idea what the probability would be of two. Well, I do know what the probability would be. Past performance is not indicative of future results. So I guess the fact that each day is separate, right? Just like each trade is separate, just like the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. This market is a coin flip. It is a binary event, up or down, period. And what's happening in Wally World over here? Come on. Let's look. Oh, I'm so excited. Whoa, nothing. Okay, good. Good boys and girls. Good. Here's yesterday. Oops. Big B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation if you want to listen to market profile stuff. And it makes sense. Well. I'm anxious to see something happen and see if the signals actually work. That'd be pretty groovy. Last night I did update and go through each one of the signals in the system itself, but not the trading signals. The way this works for this chart, I think, let's pretend we see this trigger. This would be right here. And well, okay, this is an IB failure long. So that would be that the price trades down to the IB statistic has been taken, the pullback zone has been achieved, which is B, and then it comes to the trigger zone, which would trigger taking an IB long, an IB failure long. In other words, it failed the IB and it's going long. That's what that trigger would be. So there's the trigger as it is in the rules, and here's the signal, which is over here. Now, what I did last night until I got tired is go through every one of these rules to make sure all these VPOC things were as I believe they should be, but I didn't update this stuff. These signals, they should be okay because these signals don't change the VPOC numbers. They only rely on them. So let me see if I can open one without freaking out everything. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this needs to change. This signal. Yeah, okay. You see here, 80 is 1 and 82 is 1. So this is the initial balance flag right up here. And this is the initial, this is the B flag right there. And there you go. Bob's your uncle. Maybe not. Okay, so let's see. I got to stand here for another complete day. I don't know. What am I forgetting to talk about now? Blah, 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 nothing. Okay. I try to keep, first, just some housekeeping, sort of. I think it's just you and me, Antonio. I'm not going to bother repeating all this stuff because I guess it could be reviewed by somebody at some point. So anyway, yeah, I'm just watching here and looking at these signal markers. Sorry about that. Lost my train of thought when I started watching the signal. Anyway, it couldn't have been too important. And I'm sure it'll come back for too long. Or not. So, just to rehash here, I'm only trading statistically verified or vetted, I think that's the term we throw around a lot. I guess that's what the real name for it. Of vetted setups, of which are related to or predicated on the initial balance statistic, which I've talked about. And so I don't have anything to do except those two trades. Two trades involving the IB high and the same two related, the IB low. Simple. IB continuation. Price comes zooming up through the initial balance, pulls back goes up to the continuation zone, trigger, which is this zone here that I've identified, comes back to the trigger zone and continues on. IB continuation. Typically expected in a directional day. Then there is a IB failure. Boop. Wrong chart. Sorry about that. Failure. Takes the IB, pullback zone, trigger zone, mean reversion. The IB failure, the IBF, is simply a mean reversion setup trade based on, or, hung on the IB. Other folks have vetted, as I said earlier, mean reversion trades. And what a pleasure. Outside in, outside in. They're probably just rocking and rolling this morning. I settled on statistically verifying the initial balance trades first because it gave me two vetted setups, one for continuation and one for failure, i.e. one for continuation and one for mean reversion. If you have vetted mean reversion setups only, you don't have any go-to for continuation. So that was my thinking. Now that I have pretty thoroughly vetted these trades in every which way I can think of, I need to think about a different setup and work on that. The idea is that I am never going to have complex setups, I don't think. I say that at this point. I have three rules here, right? I think that's less is more. And I'm going to have only a few, maybe 2 or 3 setups in my trade plan, because the more complex and convoluted and what if-ish your trading becomes, I think the less effective it is. It's my belief at this point. I started trading this live AMP account after I got pretty thoroughly bent over before the donkey by Mike Patak November 1st. And I have an absolute record of it. Haven't had a drawdown. Haven't been in a negative position yet. Now, you start off on your hind foot, because the minute you open a funded account, you've already got expenses, your data feed and all that stuff. So, there's that. And I'm trading the micros because, well, I'm risking $30 here. And until I am thoroughly confident that this vetted setups are, as the statistics and the backtesting indicates, have a positive expectancy and a win rate and all that stuff, I will continue. I actually have a structured plan in place, and I can prove it. Boom, boom, boom. There's my sizing plan. This captures every trade that I've taken, and mathematically determines when I can size from the micros to the minis. Systematically, not any discretion involved, not any YOLO involved, not anything else. It's a business, and this is a plan, and this is how it's going to be systematically. And what it is, if you're curious, there's the account size, initial balance. I will trade the micros. Both of these are based on a risk neutral 2-lot trades. I'll trade the micros until the net P&L in ticks is 1.33 times the full stop on the mini, and that is 319 ticks. And I have 1.51 trades at the standard risk neutral 2-lot package, and then it will be done. There's 91 ticks left until I can trade a mini. That's the only way I know to do this. And if you're curious about the back tests, there you go. Each one of these is a back test. This is, there's a back test of 12 tick stop, 24, 24, 2, 24, 488 days. Every one of them's a back test. Countless hours of this stuff. And yeah. Let's see what else is going on here. Nothing. Tomorrow is not going well. We're looking at this, I guess. Let's look at tomorrow's numbers here, huh? Tomorrow is not so much. We've got crude oil as usual. This week, well, Thursday, we got CPI, an initial jobless, the Philly Fed. Friday, well, you got Michigan, I'm sure. Yep. Existing home sales, core PCE, and don't forget that it is a triple witching. And what other surprises have befallen us over here? Nothing. Great. Cool. So happy. I'm so pleased. No signals. Now, what is happening now? If you look at this profile and look at how we're trading, that directional day is kind of filling in, isn't it? So it's kind of rotationalizing itself over here. Is that a word? I don't think so. But anyway, there you go. Well, and here we are again, all dressed up, no place to go, huh? Isn't that something? Hurry, scurry, and blurry. That's something you better be careful about. I call it monkey boy. Your monkey mind. Tom refers to it as Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. What it boils down to is Jesus, I'd like to have a buck for every article or YouTube, something or another was put up about trader psychology, because man, oh man, is it a hot topic. Isn't it? It's valid for sure, but I think a bit overdone. as a species, creationist, evolutionist, whatever, I don't care. As a species, we've been developing or evolving or whatever word you want to use for an adjective for a long time, thousands of years, by the fossil record. So there's that. And that means that behavior, is cooked into our DNA. It's in our wiring. Some of it is how we developed to a species that we are. It kept us alive in those days. Two guys were out on the savannah and saw the grass wiggle, and one of them went over and kicked the grass. He's liable to have ended up lunch and didn't pass his genes on. The one that jumped behind a tree was risk adverse, passed down his genes. So here we are. And it's, again, creation of evolution, whatever. Anybody with, I think, a basic awareness has to understand selective adaptation and breeding. Look at cattle, dogs, whatever. So that's what we are. We have all of these things wired into us. Fear of missing out, wanting to be right, FOMO, all that stuff. Risk aversion. We have to, I don't believe you're ever going to get rid of those things from your, wiring, your DNA. So my approach is to try to maintain constant awareness of that physical state. Ooh, here you go, Antonio, BPOC migration. Recognize that monkey boy or hide or whatever is messing with you. Your body's got adrenaline zooming through it, or dopamine, or whatever it is, whichever drug it is, and don't act on it. And then there's all these people who are, I'm sure, well-meaning, like Steenbogger and those guys who they make their living and their fortunes writing books and giving seminars and talking about trader psychology. So obviously they want to make it real important, and they want all these new traders to believe that, boy, if you don't listen to me, you're screwed. And I don't think that that's the case at all. So that's the way I approach it. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Yeah, it's definitely retail soup today, boy. All those boys and girls that can't resist clicking that mouse. They are in the blender. In the blender. And, on the psychology thing, I very definitely feel all that stuff, but I'm aware of it. I feel FOMO, hell yes. I got pissed if I got stopped out by a tick or whatever, but I'm not going to FOMO in or chase or do any of that stupidness. I'm an adult. I approach it. That's my basic, I shouldn't say it maybe on the third stream here, but my philosophy is I'm an adult. I don't do that. I don't overtrade. I don't chase. I don't give in to FOMO. I don't make up, that's another thing humans are good at is, and from our evolution, seeing patterns, but we've taken it to the next level where we make patterns up. It's confirmational bias. Fibonacci being one of the big ones there. But back to, psychology is, I approach it as, yeah, I feel FOMO, I feel all those things, but I'm an adult and I don't do that because this is my business and that's what I do. I also don't piss my pants, because I'm an adult. Same idea. I put it right on the same level, and I think reducing it to that kind of a level or a basic point of view helps me. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. I have a couple of guys that just, Boomer, I don't know what to do. I just can't not overtrade. It's like, Jesus, dude, how old are you? You know, I mean, God, it's just crazy to me, but maybe I'm lucky. And I think that all of this psychology crap on the internet and YouTube and stuff feeds into that. You know, they encourage that. Yeah, your psychology, you know, this is something very important. You can't not do that. Well, come on, man. Obviously, I'm not a shrink, so that's probably a big part of it. Just an old cowboy from Montana, looking at it realistically, I think. And the first thing I always think about it, and how are you making your money, Mr. Steenbacher? Or whoever's got something posted on, you know, trader psychology or whatever it is on YouTube. They're making their money from YouTube subs. Maybe they can't trade their self out of a wet sack. I don't know. One of the funniest examples of that I know of, and it's not firsthand, but secondhand, somebody that knew Steve Nissen, who's the candlestick guy. He wrote Japanese Candlesticks, the book, back in the late 90s. And I thought it was great. I had a copy of it, 99. Good author, well done book, no question about that. But in reality, he could not trade his way out of a wet sack using candlesticks, bars, or anything else. So the story goes. You know, there you are. What is it? Those who those who can do, and those who don't teach. Is that what it is? I think so. Somebody in Static was talking the other day about a guy that they admire a lot, who's an internet guru and I don't know, whichever. He's got a 45% win rate and a 8 R multiple of 8, and fantastic. And yeah, so I got my little back test and gizmo out, and I thought about it for a minute. And I ran a back test, and it's very simple to do. With micros or minis, you have a 2-tick stop, 16-tick, all in, all out. 45% win rate and an R multiple of 8. There you go. Trade as many of them as you want. Now, you're going to get eaten alive with commissions. And it's actually, you know, consecutive winners, a lot of them over consecutive losers and that kind of thing. But there you are. So the guy wasn't lying, but he refuses to, you know, that's why I say always, can I see your data? Over what data set? First of all, over how many trades? What is the data set you use to determine that criteria or those probabilities? And second of all, what are your parameters? There was actually, you know, if you know Tom, the trader Tom, the best loser wins guy. Sure, we all have FOMO, Antonio. Me too. And yeah, revenge, makeup trading is a killer, but you recognize that. And I'm sure you don't, we all screw up, right? But I'm sure you don't overreact to it or fall victim to it often, you know? You fall victim to it, I am confident, much less than you are aware of it and don't act on it. I'm sure I feel FOMO. I feel, you know, fear of missing out. I feel revenge, all that shit, just like everybody does. I'm the product of those two goofballs, you know, one kicking the grass, one hiding behind a tree. There you go. But Yeah, I'm sure that you don't. And there are some people like a fella that was in Static. No, he's in TLab, and was in RTH. He wanted to get with me and talk about some stuff in RTH Discord there a couple of times, and he's a mature adult with a grown family and a very successful career in the medical field. And when he was talking to me, he'd blown up 20 combines in a month. And his wife was yapping at him because he had spent something like $3,500 on whatever you call them, combines. Jesus Christopher Christ. I was really surprised. I told him exactly what I just said now. It's like, dude, pull up your boots, You walk into the hospital and just start firing off, doing this, that, and something else random, or not, It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, and one slip can screw you up, that's for sure. But that's what we're all trying to do. That's why I'm leaning real heavy on the signals and the vetted system. And yesterday I stood here and bitched and moaned about it and talked about it all day, and I have no freaking problem. There was never any possibility that I was going to try to make up a trade. As long as I have guardrails around myself like this vetting story, it really helps me. And I think others would find the same thing if they would do it. But as we both know, like in the TLab, every second son of a bitch has got a vetted trade or a structured something else that they're trading in, yet nobody can ever verify it or pony up any over how many trades. They can't even do that. So to me, it's just become a colloquialism in there, It's just become a term that everybody likes to throw around, I think, which is disappointing. It doesn't disappoint me, but I think that if they genuinely vetted the trades, then they would be better off, I think. Maybe not. And I'm probably way too specific about it. Rod and those guys, they if it got to the stat or within a tick or something like that, then it's okay. And they're making money hand over fist. So good for them. I have to be rigid because of who I am and once I commit to doing something like this, that's what I'm going to do. Let's see, when's the, I forgot, 2 o'clock, I think, isn't it? The random risk event is going to hit the stage. 1300, okay. I'm not sure. What the hell is an unusual activity live webinar? I don't know I have no idea what that means. And I'm not going to go there and look around, so. And here we have the Trump ceremony, whatever, ceremony for maybe Hanukkah, I don't know, or something. I don't know. Who knows? I want to go fill up my water bottle, but sure as hell that, 3 signal, bing, bang, bong, lapping all this at the same time. And I don't want to have that fear of missing out. Okay, Antonio, take care. Have a good, oh yeah, stream time. There you go. Have a good one. Well, here we are. VPOC migration. Now, in the olden days, I used to put VPOC migration flags here on all these every time we had one of these. That was before Blue Boy joined the team. I find it more useful to me now to have Blue Boy over there on the left and be able to firmly understand the context. Excuse me. The only other way that the reason for the flags, which looked like this actually. There you go. The reason for the flags were so I would keep the 5 minutes here. And, you know, where's the yellow brick road been before? Well, you didn't know. I had the flags here so I could see flags. But if I reinstate using them regularly, I'm going to have to add a number, I think, so I can see the sequence of the you know, what the yellow brick road has done, what progress has it made, and how. I don't need to worry about that when I see his blueness over here. I know exactly what happened. That's a little, you know, crazy Ivan up here, and then we've had one substantial epoch migration south, period. So I'm kind of thinking, guess I'm getting lazy. My theory is, or my objective, I guess, is to have all the information I need to trade that I feel I need to trade here on the hard right edge. So there you go. And what's happening? What's happening? Are we going to do something fun over here? Who knows, huh? Okay. IB high, IB low. Here we are. No statistic yet. No flags. That makes me pretty happy. There shouldn't be any. And here we are back at the ball game over here. Oops. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Do I think we're going to get the initial balance statistic here? Do I expect it to be the low? I anticipate that it would be. Remember that we have a 98.5% probability or something in this open type that we're going to get one of the IB high or low statistics today. Same as yesterday. Guess what happened yesterday? Nada piñata. What is it here? It's a 97.5%. So it's a 2.5% probability that we will not get neither one, just like yesterday. There you go. There's also a, there we go. There's also a 31.5%. We get both today. In this open type, looking back over 1,640 days. That's the way statistics work. Not mysterious, not magical, not subjective or objective, whichever it is. I always forget those two, get them mixed up. Dyslexia is a beautiful thing. And here we are. We haven't gotten down to this POC. We've closed this gap that has been open since 25th and 6th of November. Market goes up to go down, down to go up to go down to go up to go what? Who knows? Plenty of volume. Oh, that's something I haven't done today. Plenty of volume. Let's check. Well, ATR's 4. That's a little bit more respectable. And 98.8%. So just about in there. And this is open interest, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how to read that or make it useful at all, to be honest with you. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know. So, there you go. There's that. Get back to the triggers. So we've gotten all the boys and girls that are absolutely certain they're going to trade to the statistic. We've shook them up once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. I guess that's a new recipe for retail soup. I don't know. I do know that it is a losing proposition as far as I'm concerned. So far, everything else is working pretty much okie dokie. Oh, boy. I better fire up a little music, I guess. It's getting ridiculous in here. The funniest part about this music is my office is quiet. I don't have any speakers in here. The only time I would hear this, if I want to monitor it, is to put on a headset. Funny, huh? But I think it's a good thing to probably do. I'm so tired of getting this copyright strikes. The music thing, in case anybody cares, or you want to do something yourself, I use Epidemic Sound. There's a zillion of these things. They've got, they've got all kinds of stuff going on here. Whatever crap I've never thought about listening to be honest with you. I don't know what any of this stuff means, Oh, electrics, there's some chick. Jazz, oh, there you go. That's pretty cool. I might look at that. I hadn't looked at that one in a while. What I typically do is, now I probably lost it and I'm going to be forever pissed. Themes. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. I'll have to look at the one I use. So that's how it works. And it's a paid thing because YouTube is rightfully concerned about copyright stuff. And I agree with them completely. And so I figured out, I should say, word of warning, all of these YouTube things that say, lo-fi, great lo-fi for your trading stream, or, for your stream or whatever else, they're all, you can listen to them all you want to yourself, but they are not copyright free. You put them on YouTube and you'll get a strike in minutes. And I know that from the hard way. So the one I use is Vibes, and then I have all of these ones I could choose from. So there you go. There's a useless bit of information for you. The only way if I want to hear this music to monitor what you guys are getting is to put on my headset. And by the way, if there's too loud, sucks, whatever, throw something in the chat because I don't. As I said, I don't hear it. And there's so many to choose from. I should actually, like the jazz thing, I just noticed that first time I've seen that one. I've looked for jazz before. But, boy, you can see him twitching over here now. Look at there. Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to get that IB. It's the only way I know to approach it is to just make light of it. If you have a signal that is the initial balance statistic until it is achieved, you don't have a signal. It's that simple. Maybe I am too simple about how I approach this stuff, but I'm telling you, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's like, pregnant. You either are or you're not. You're not a little bit pregnant, what I mean? It's the same idea from my point of view. And I guess it's time to do some squats or something here. Let's try to do that. You've got to keep in shape. You've got to remember that the most important piece of equipment in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Your eyes take, they bring in all of this data, and your brain processes it all, and then you make trading decisions that affect your finances in your life. You better take care of that as well as you do your monitor. And it's a really competitive environment that we operate in. A random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's a coin flip. It's random. And you better be on your A game, I believe. You're competing with, or, the best elite people. We're getting close to this IB now, so what am I going to do? Over here, I'm going to start the process that annoys everybody else. I'm going to widen this out. Now, there's 1 point. I'm going to move this over till I get up here some ways. There we go. There's 50 cents. I think I'll get rid of that. That doesn't do me any good. And the next thing I'm going to do is my famous candlestick versions here. There we go. Now, I'm going to be 1 minute wide. And I'm going to be 50 cents high. Look at that candle. Wow. The reason for the candlesticks are The rules, my trading rules, are based on intrabar 1 minute candle, because that's how the system is built, on 1 minute candle bars. And for example, the open needs to be higher than the close. Well, if you don't have a I mean, obviously the last price here is doing stuff, but if it's, for me, if it's not broken up in 1 minute increments, I don't know what happened first. And I choose to use the candlesticks here because you can use vertical lines, you know, the vertical grid, but then you got them smeared all over the place, and that's confusing to me. Another thing that I will often do is remove the last price, because that can even be a little confusing for me. And I wish so much that Bookmap would be able to plot bars instead of candles. That, to me, is would be much clearer for me and less interpretation on my part. So let's see. I'm not saying I'm going to get a signal. IB low's way down here. I don't know why in the hell we're not. So this is the configuration that I'm going to use to trade, and I'm going to also now look at make sure we've got everything. We've got both. We got the 2 lot. We're ready to go, boys and girls. We get a signal. Now remember, we need the A signal, which is the initial balance statistic, with specific rules around it, not just the statistic as it is dealt with statistically in IRT. I have additional rules to validate the A signal of the initial balance statistic. And then I need a B, and then I need a trigger. And then I'm in a trade. Boom. So I try to keep it set at 2 ticks high and 1 tick on the candles. That's all I know. Or 1 point on the candle. God damn, 1 minute, sorry, on the candles. Or time zone, time, whatever you call it, time bar, timeline. My additional rules to the, just for the sake of the recording here, my additional rules for the statistic is, in IRT, and for the typical initial balance statistic that everybody talks about, including me, simply price breaches the line, breaches the level. Nothing more to it than that. For me to have a signal, for example, in this case, the initial balance low, might be easier to visualize over here. To have an initial balance low A signal, I need to have the signal bar needs to have an open above the IB, a close below the IB. And the bar previous to the signal bar must have an open above the close. So therefore, why I have these candles, I need to know the open and the close, and the open and the close, and the open and maybe the close. And another thing about Bookmap candles, if you're just watching along here wondering what the hell I'm up to, this data builds this candle. This data built that one. This data is building this candle. And what did we do? We turned around and we're hauling ass away from the initial balance. Oh. I think I hope that I'm going to be able to get my trading system, the bulk of my trading system, coded across to actually display on Bookmap. I was doing some investigation into the Python API. So we'll see if that happens at some point in time. But first things, profitability, the scale-up requirements met up to the minis, generating some meaningful capital. My wife is freaking killing me with this cooking over here. I have to make a decision between homemade fresh hot Gaia or fresh homemade sourdough bread toast, or I don't know how I ever got so lucky to, but I am thankful. I think whichever deity you prefer, or whatever. I like the old expression that luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Now that could have no application in to do with my conversation, my previous statement about my wife, but my partner. I don't like the my wife part, but my partner. We are married, but I'm definitely not in the camp of a lot of folks over here now. Okay, what are we doing? Are we there yet? Are we there yet, Daddy? All right. God damn it. If you're gonna be that way about it, and then look at this. Now here comes Antonio's VPOC migration, baby. Not on IRT yet, but in Bookmap. So let's scrunch this down now to where we're at about a point high or something like that. And get Blue Boy back on the scene. So you understand what's happening and why I'm going to widen out and do whatever. And remember, the only way I can get what I'm thinking into this recording for my review or anybody else's is my voiceover. Obviously, the video is a slam dunk, right? But that's captured. But the only way I can get what I'm thinking is this voiceover. And I'm not going to take the candles off here yet, in case I need to open it up. And I wish there was a quick thing. Well, I guess there's quick enough, I guess. Boom. There we go. So now we're back to pretty much normal. And if you want to see all this hurry-scurry and blurry crap going on, of course, what all this is, I'm sure you're aware of, the heat map is just a graphic representation of the order book. So I'm not as fixated on those things as some folks. Look at now, this big liquidity down here at the IB low makes perfect sense. 120 can't, but we've got 269 just up above here, which doesn't seem to be registering particularly well. We got two VPOC migrations lower, but nothing yet on IRT. IRT is still sitting up at 68.54. So it's right underneath it here. Under the view, the RTH VWAP, which doesn't look. Oh, I wonder if. Let me see something. No, it's okay. All right. I had a problem with that not setting right also. Oh, there we go. Do some leg lifts and toe raises here. I'm fortunate enough to have a large enough. I have two I only have stand-up desks here, two in an L shape, and I'm fortunate enough to have enough room behind me to do a little exercising while I watch. I'm standing here doing leg lifts up to the bottom of that standing table and toe raises, and I can back off and do squats. So I have some dumbbells back there for curls and whatever else. And the only thing I can't really monitor the screens and do are pull-ups on my bar in the doorway. It's really important that you keep some sort of fit. And, you know, by nature, what do? We stand here like lumps of crap staring at screens for hours. At least I stand up. Oh, got the blood pumping there now. Legs are burning and heart rate's up. My son sent me an old Apple Watch. I had to put the damn thing on. It's pretty cool. I used it. I've never thought about buying one, and probably never would, but since he sent me his old one, every Sunday I go for about a 10 or 12 mile walk. Used to be run, now walk. Fairly quick pace, about a mile every 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes or something. And it was pretty interesting to wear it, you know. It tells your heart rate and how far you've gone and a bunch of other crap. It was interesting. And more accurate than, I used to just use my phone. I think the watch is more accurate GPS-wise. Calories burned and that stuff. Some useless information while we're watching the market. Spank all the boys and girls that can't resist trading to the stat. Ba-doom. Ba-doom. This is the current line in the market profile. Good volume. Once again, I repeat, this is also triple witching. Used to be quad, but they got rid of the I forget which one they got rid of now. Footballs. It's, as I understand what they are, it's the options on stocks or equities, options on futures, and options on something else. That's pretty obvious, huh? Yeah. I'm a finance guy. I'm an analyst. An analyst? Maybe not. Well, you see how much I find anyway, how much easier it is to spot these bars. I don't need to. It's so easy. And all that crap in the middle of the candlesticks is just that. It's just crap. I mean, it's just to highlight the area between the open and the close. I got that. But this is you don't have to have a color. I have these colored, but you don't have to know there's the open and there's the close. Which direction that bar move? Down. Oh, here we got, what's this, the 3-bar reversal? 1, 2, 3, yeah, baby. Tweezer bottom. Also 3-bar reversal. Well, now Tom would call this a price check at aisle 3. This is exactly why I have difficulty with the VPOC migration trades. Too many nuances around that. I haven't been able to figure out the parameters, the qualifying parameters. Who in the, you'd have to be, whatever. No one can miss the yellow brick road. Migrating down, whatever. The problem is, what's the qualifying criteria? Okay, here's the migration down. We trade back up to it. Boom. Here's the VPOC migration down. Trade down, we trade back up. You know what I mean? I can't figure it out. And this is one of those trades that makes me disappointed with some places, That's a vetted, the VPOC migration vetted setup, structured trade. Yeah, it is. Tell me what's the criteria you use to actually enter that thing, and what's the back? What are your statistics based on? How many? What's the sample size of trades that you determined that statistic? Yeah, please, thank you. Nobody can do that, and that's disappointing for me. Am I rich? Yes, sir, Bobby. Well, here's a double price check of L3. Important to note, for me to note here. Okay, the price check at aisle 3, right? Right here. If you just took that trade, basically, now this is, you'd have to have a criteria 1 point either side or some crap like that. That's a 2-target trade. There's let's say 54. There's your risk neutral scale. Oh, 44, 40. There's both targets, T1, T2. But again, I'm not comfortable enough with that thing, nor have I vetted those parameters and criteria to say anything about it, that it's a structured trade or that I'm going to take it. And there is, in my opinion, the difference. And it's an important difference, I think. Ooh, that looks hot. Ooh, Gaia homemade rice noodles. Oh boy, barbecued pork loin. Jesus, lucky guy.
You always wondered why that. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent. Successful.
Put my phone back on the stand and YouTube took off. I don't know where that even, an ad on there or something. I don't know. Jesus. Crap is smarter than I am. Okay. Well, that didn't work out very well for anybody, did it? Let's get over here to Blue Boy. And let's put the mute on and eat. So it should not be lost on you that it is not on me. Look at the mess we've got going on. Both VWAPs, the mid, POC. Yeah. And damn, it's 11:20 already. Son of a gun. This is not fun. This is trading. Well, if you're a market profiler, you realize that this is another B-shaped, B like Bravo, profile, suggesting a long liquidation. Well, this is, oh, here we going now. We're going to fall out the bottom. What are we going to do? Everybody dance or what? 11:30. Oh, I hate that. Well, I wonder what we've got in the way of snooze over here. Oh, we got a Fed, talking Fed here pretty quick, and then we got Agent Orange at 1300. Wow. Let's see here. I want to get rid of that. Back over here. What am I doing? I don't know. Boy, they're playing with him, huh? I say this every time, but the further into the day, now we're into the RTH2 session, right? Or section. And I guess I should explain those, is something Rod came up with, if I'm not mistaken. But I like it. Just another way to group the trading sessions and our trades. Just divide the RTH session by 3, and then you call it RTH1, RTH2, RTH3. There you go, 2.5 hours of each about. So we're into the RTH2, right? The further we go, especially approaching the noon hour, it's the less excited I get. I will take a trade that signals because that's what I've committed myself to do. But the less confidence I have, especially those 12 o'clock signals through the lunch hour. And the closer we get to this holiday, you know, pretty quick they're gonna, the last guy out the door is gonna hand the trading keyboard to the cleaning person, and you know, then there you go. I think. Only problem with my wife being such a great cook is I just careen from one food coma to the next, I think. I'm not complaining, mind you. Are we going to take an IB low here? One never knows. Let's think positive here. I will get ready to rock. Get ready to rumble. Okay, so we're still all good on the checklist. We've got 2 ticks high and minute wide. Let's see. Obviously, there's liquidity parked out at 37, right? It's pretty obvious. Excuse me. Isn't it funny how these lines, this is a classic example of confirmation bias, or like these Fibonacci lines and stuff. This look at how this line is holding. We've got liquidity there, and how this pullback high is holding supporting price. That's complete horseshit. This line is something I put on there to define my pullback zones and continuation zones. It's got nothing to do with anything. But there you go. That's how it works. That's how that confirmation bias gets made into a thing, right? Right? It's pretty funny, isn't it? This line has got nothing more to do with anything than flight of the moon. But boy, oh boy, people would say, "Oh, look at there. This zone this is definitely a support zone." Okay. Maybe I, just magically divine these zones out of someplace, but really, that's a real insidious thing. That's worse than FOMO, I think, or any of those other psychological hardwired tendencies we have. Is that the real insidious stuff, where our preconceived beliefs or thinking, or our anticipation sneaks into trading. I think that's harder for me to identify in real time. Like, it's easier, I can identify adrenaline and FOMO pretty easy. What have we got now? Well, as soon as this gets off, we'll get more centered up here, which is pretty cool. And I will point out to you that we touched base several times yesterday down in this area at the IB and never took it. So, past performance is not indicative of future results, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. This is a random environment. Get used to it. Accept it. Come to peace with it. If you have a setup, a structured setup, a structured plan, follow it. If you don't, admit to yourself that you're just gambling and have fun. A lot of people like the hell out of gambling. I mean, that's why there's the famous gambling towns all over the world. I know the oldest one, I suppose, is Monte Carlo, I guess, isn't it? I have never been. We need to get this big long thing out of here. There we go. Oh, here comes the IB. Here comes the IB, maybe. Let's go. There we go. Now, there's the initial balance There is the initial balance and close below. So we should have an A. Ah, and we do. Isn't that freaking amazing? There we go. I'm so happy. Okay. Now let's see if we get a B. What's going on here? Why aren't we getting somewhere? Why don't I see plotting going on? Oh. Something else I've noticed here, which is I have no clue what I would do with it, is well, that is now, would be now considered a continuation. This is pretty weird because the A's and the B's here are not following over here. You see that we didn't get an A because of the way this candle finished, close above. So wow, what to think? What to think? Rinky dink. I'm going to stick with the signals. That's a weird one now. That's something I have to think about. This candle on Bookmap closed below the IB. That would signal it as, oh, it would not be because here we go. That's an up candle. Never mind. Never mind. But the point I'm making here is this sequence of opens and highs and lows and closes is different than it is over here. We don't have an A. We did have, but it closed above. Had this closed down here, it would have been an A. This would have been a B, and we'd be looking for continuation. But we don't have a signal. And I realize this is probably just ridiculous to most people, but we could be setting up for an A now. That could happen. Remember that the rules are the signal bar open above the IB, close below. That's why this went away. The previous bar to the signal bar, or signal point one plus one, dot one, has to have, in the case of an IB low, it has to have the open above the close. The theory is I want price to be trending in the direction of the statistic, not the other way around. So, and notice I don't have any flags up here as should be the case. So I'm pretty over the moon about that. Setting up again for the IB low. I don't know. Got no idea. Let's do something quickly here, though. Let's quickly do the mookie. The mookie, hooky pooky mookie. Oh, look at this. They're toying with me. Isn't it something? Toying with us here now. This has got to close below the IB for the A signal. It's trying to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Excuse me. See that? Bitch. Gotta get down there quick. No. Didn't get an A. Now we could have, nope, we won't have one now either because of the, you see how this closed? Whatever, doji or something like that. So this A and the B won't be any good either. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Well, there you go. And there you have it. This is doing something totally different. Bookmap is doing something totally different. Look at here. Look at Bookmap. Look at this candle and the progression of price. And look at that candle and the progression of price. Nada pinata. Now it can't happen. This can't be a signal bar either. Excuse me. Because of the relationship of the opening and closing. Well, still nothing. Okay, so if you understand where this is going, in order to get a signal now, we've got to trade up above the initial balance so that I can have the sequential bars open higher than the close, then the signal bar open above the IB and close. And why you don't see any signal markers over here, and why I'm so freaking pleased that that's working. I can't tell you how happy I will be to have worked that out. Yeah, and I realize I'm easily entertained. And this bar was not, it has the criteria, but is not a signal bar because the preceding isn't right. Yeah, I realize it's minutia, but you know, it's the way it's coded now, and I don't change anything during the day, during the trading session. Frustrating, but you gotta stick to your guns, cowboy. So just for the sake of argument and whatever else, look at it go now. Wouldn't you love to be on that? Imagine for a minute that this close was right here. This would be an A. Still no B until here. Now there's a continuation B, but no trigger. The idea is, imagine this is down here, okay? So we have proper sequence. A. Close within the pullback and within the continuation. B. Pull back to the trigger zone, the trigger, and you're in a short. That's how it's set up to work. And what I do now is, when the train left the station, the two lights on behind. Okay, I'm not Mick Jagger, but hey, come on. Gotta give me an E for effort. Wouldn't that be I've always thought what an amazing life it must be to be those upper echelon rock entertainers. I mean, imagine thousands of people focusing their thoughts and energy on you. It must be a really interesting dynamic. Never mind all the other good parts. Like I saw somewhere, every time they do a tour, Jagger gets $100 million. And they've been selling out tours since Christ was a carpenter, man. Well, shucks. We're an awful long way from home now, boys and girls. Gonna be a while before this gets back into the signal zone. IRT has a thing that I always forget. You hear me cussing in the background. I'll show you what that's about. If I've been looking at this chart and I've brought the focus to the chart, and then I use my arrow keys right and left to navigate between the two screens here in the stream. So you'll notice that this progress line is white over here, the bars are up ticking, all that stuff. If I don't move the focus to, say, this quote page, and then I want to go back to I click the left arrow, back to my book map, I'll show you what happens. It's on the air, it's here now, right? Now, left arrow. See that? Now this chart is not updating. It goes gray. This chart will not update for 3 years if I don't come back here and go like this. Now it will. And that's why you hear me cuss every time I forget to do that. I forget to go like this. No, sorry. I forget to go like this, and then it doesn't. So there's nobody cares but me, but anyway. And I suppose there's something I could do about it, but you know, hey. So here we are. How fun, huh? Let's see what that useless, lazy old dog's doing over here. Come on, blue boy. What's happening? Well, I'm assuming that there is little question about context. Guess we get these candlesticks off of here for now. I guess there's little question about context. Lower highs, lower lows, you know, the usual. And to reiterate, as far as the signals go, assuming that I got one, I also have a context filter or criteria in the entries now, which made quite a difference in the back testing. Went from 12,000 over 594 days to 18,594 days. So substantial increase in the alpha. Well, we don't have to worry about our initial balance statistic now. Worry about falling asleep standing here. I never know what to do in these kind of days. Stand here for another 3 more hours. Go for a walk, take a nap. I'm not a big fan of the 12 to 1 area time frame for trading. And this is all moot because I'm not going to have any signals anytime soon. So, you know, who am I kidding? I'm going to go see what kind of trouble I can get into here. Yeah, well, woulda, coulda, shoulda, man. This is the part where I think a lot of people fall over. There is no signal here, and therefore I'm not putting on any trades. The system hasn't taken one, nor have I. But there's a lot of places where somebody could have, you know, close enough for the girls I go with, or, you know, all those kind of euphemisms. And sometimes they work out. If you'd convinced yourself at any point around here that a short was a good idea, it is. It did. It worked out okay. Yesterday, not so much. You know? And the problem I have with that is impossible to quantify, impossible to work out to pull a statistic. How do I know how often that works? One thing that humans do, really, I don't have the hotkey for it, but well, there's a couple things I think I can do it. Let me find it down here. Hold on. There's a couple of things that are important, I think, that along those lines. One of which is the fact that, and this kills a lot of traders, I think. You know, we grow up wherever it is you did that. I suppose you grew up adopting some work ethic where I think it's pretty much universal wherever you are that reward is in some way related to effort. Not in trading. Not in trading. Most definitely not in trading. And that's where a lot of traders just can't stand there and be patient. They have impulsively driven to trade because they figure if they're standing here and they bought all this gear, they better be clicking that bad boy. And that's a bad problem. And the other thing I was going to mention is the fact with, you know, close enough for the girls I go with, or government work, or whatever expression you use, you can't quantify that. And humans have an unbelievably developed ability to only remember the good stuff. You move your stop away from entry, which is a cardinal sin for me. That's like the 11th commandment. Move your stop away from entry, you miss being stopped out by a tick and it goes your favor. You'll remember that till the cows come home. You won't remember all the times that moving your stop away from entry cost you more. Those two things, I think, team up to screw up a lot of traders. Our level traders, retail guys, and maybe even pros, I don't know. But I can only speak for us, for me.
Remember now that there's a and they're just sleeping and fucking carrying, having a wonderful. Well, we're getting dangerously close to Mr. Microphone. I gotta take a shower. See what kind of trouble I can get into in the bedroom here. Check my eyelids for leaks, you know. Now, in case you're following along here, this is not a signal. It would be a beautiful signal if it were on the IB high. This is approaching the IB low from the wrong direction. Should be this way. I'm not saying that's correct or that it makes sense to you. I'm saying that's how the rule's written because that's my logic. We're going down to the IB low. I want price to be moving down. Context, right? That's what I'm doing. That's how I'm doing it. Now we could get an ABC here if it decides to do that. And I don't mean an ABC. I realize that a lot of people think that that is a signal. And it has nothing to do with my stuff. I meant AB trigger. Just for lack of, imaginative naming. I called it A, B, and trigger. The ABC is a bottoming pattern, if I think it's like A, B, C or something, I forget. And pretty quick, microphone man is going to be taking the stage, and I think I'm going to be stepping back. As I said yesterday, I'm going to implement a rule that I am not trading during any of these random risk environments, random risk potentials. I don't know, random risk or UCR. UC something, what do I call them? UCR. You better hurry because I'm sleepy. I'm not sure if I had that on mute or not. What I was saying was this is the full session POC, the more muted yellow. Remember? Globex VWAP, full session RTH VWAP, RTH mid, and RTH POC. I just opened or monitoring the stream on my phone, and I just saw that toolbar or that quote page had gotten down in the middle of this screen. I don't know how the hell that happened, and now this is not. Now this is not updating. Geez, I'll tell you. Funny now. All right. Here we go. Get the mouse away from there now. Pretty funny. What have we got here, boys and girls? What would you say the context is? Higher, lower highs, lower lows. And Trump's taking the mic at the top of the hour, so be careful.
IB low is taken.
I spotted this on my phone. I have an A signal here now, but no B or no trigger. We got an A. What am I doing here? Got an A signal. Have a B right here, but no trigger. And the B is not signaling, so I'm getting the flags properly, but the signal is not presenting here, so I need to check out the A signal rule itself. Well, okay then. So what I need to do is get over here and up here. And I guess get the old candlesticks out. And see what we got going on here. What we're looking for is the trigger. What I'm looking for is the trigger. And here's going to be that trigger pretty quick. Let's see. We all ready to do something here? Yeah.
Order submitted.
There we got T1.
Order submitted.
Grade 1, I should say.
Order submitted.
That doesn't look good. So let's see what we're gonna get here. There's T1, trade 1. We don't have a risk neutral scale yet. The trade is taken on the system, so that's good. I don't know what all this business is right now with the sudden volume stuff, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Okay, there's a stop on my side, but the system is not stopped yet, so my entry was off the system. Oh, and oh, you gotta be kidding me. Stop to the tick and onto my target. Wow. That's really disappointing. The system is risk neutral scale, of course, is risk neutral. And I took a stop. Isn't that something? Why that's doing that, I have no idea. I'm assuming something's being said by Trump, would be my guess. I think I'm going to have to put that absolutely no trade when that's on in place, you know. I walked in here cold and did that. Wow, pretty disappointing. That's pretty incredible. Now there we have a trigger to the upside. Right here. I wish I knew if this was Trump or what this is all about. It isn't set yet. It has disappeared now, actually. Well, there's an entry long off of this target right here. Which isn't quite a target, so that's got me puzzled. And what all of this crap is about, I don't know. Let's see what's going on, if there's some sort of something happening. Don't look like I'm going to get another chance at that. The trigger would have been anywhere in here. There's the B, and here would be the trigger. I was busy licking my wounds on that stop to be paying attention, but the system has picked it up completely, okay? Well, there you go. That's really disappointing, as you might imagine. Boy, timing is everything, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, I'm standing here trying to figure out what's up next here. I'm watching the system and I was thinking it should be out, but it doesn't think so yet. And I'm trying to figure out why I'm not getting my other signal markers. I have to just go through them one at a time later tonight. And disappointingly, I don't see any opportunity to get in here again or to. It'll be a long way before I have another signal. And the next one that will show up according to well, no. I'm not going to take anything that would happen now. Pretty incredible, huh? Had I just not picked up the phone here and run over here and seen the signal and taken it, or been a little bit later taking it, risk neutral scale. That's the teensy difference in what caused this, you know? You never know. That's the randomness of the market is pretty incredible. No, talking about here. So here's the trade, scratch, stop. Another tick or two up here on my entry, risk neutral scale. Come in a little bit later, and there would have been the pullback and the trigger, and there you go. You know, Bob's your uncle going that way. Not really, I guess. Yeah, sure. This would have been the trigger, and this would have been the pullback B signal, and there's the trigger, and there you go that one. Yeah, there's a trigger, and there you go that way. The luck of the draw. This should definitely be out of the trade. Oh, that's disappointing, huh? First, it's disappointing the system is not working as it's expected to be. Huh. And that I was late on. I got to figure out how to get. I don't know what to do. So I need to figure out how to get my entries. See, this is 3 point, or this is 1, 2. This is 2 points across here. Only one more point's my stop. Depending on the entry. So I have to be real careful about that. $31.75. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I think the first rule is never to enter a trade when random risk is on the stage, which I talked about earlier, and then I had a lapse of memory. So that's not a good thing. Oh, well, one of many trades, one of thousands of trades. I'm more concerned with why this hasn't taken its profit and why it's going to think it needs to go to the end of the day, which is what it's exactly thinking to do. That's a failure T2. Look at him go. Wouldn't that be lovely to be on that long, huh? Mm-hmm. That's the problem. It has set everything to 0. Somewhere or another, that got out of sequence. Having these flags all set up are tough. Oh, well, best laid plans of mice and men here. I'm not having any fun. Okay, so it's almost 2 o'clock. Wow. That's incredible. One trade, one stop. And the system is going crazy over here with a long. So that's pretty much all goofy, I guess. Okay, so our 1400. I was making a snap here that I put in the journal. This is wrong. These values got reset. This is supposed to have been taken off at the T2. It still thinks it's in a trade. It is past it for some reason. I have to get to the bottom of why that happened. And this is another reason why I push this stuff simulated to the simulator within IRT and not to my live account. Not that it did me any better to be on a live account, but at least I'm, in charge of my own destiny over here. Had I gotten, well, a couple of 10 things, had I entered here, my entry would have been a little better location. I wouldn't have stopped and it would have risk neutral scaled. I still wouldn't have been in this trade. However, if I analyze this just right, and this is these are the problems, huh? So let's see if I get this right. This is A. Here's B. Deedly 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 deedly. Right? Is that right? What I was thinking is that the trigger was within inside of this entry, which I wouldn't get a trigger fire, like here, for example. But I'm not. I'll have to analyze it on the system some other time. I'm not in the mood right at the moment. So let's go here. What do we got happening now? Didn't stick to I'm going to put an error. That'll be an error because I didn't pay attention about whether the random risk band was still on stage, and they were. So my fault. Okay. Not much to say. I've pretty much talked over the back testing and how that works enough times. I would hope that's, if anybody has a question about that or would like to see me to go through the back testing again, drop something in the chat. I'm going to be busy looking into why this signal's didn't fire properly otherwise. And I'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour as normal. Where's that blue devil at? Well, let's see here. We're gonna be around the curve in about 30 minutes. This thing ought to auto close at the bottom of the hour. I've got the end of day thing. I'm real curious to see what happens here. This is not supposed to be doing this at all, obviously. It skipped right over T2, and I'm not sure why. What I'm expecting is going to happen is it's going to hit the end of the day. It's going to hit the EOD right here at 2:30. And we'll see. I don't know. I may have got it all balled up. Who knows? So anyway, at 2:30, we're going to round the curve. I'll start the pre-market or the wrap up, and whatever else. We'll have the market on close stuff at market on close orders at 1450. I guess Trump's done talking. I don't know. The random risk band, baby. Is he finished? Holy crap. Doesn't say anything about him being done. Huh. Who knows, huh? I don't know what all this crap over here. I never paid attention to that before. Oh, what's her bucket had an interview with Fox News. Fix gasoline to keep dropping. What was she going to say? First of all, what does she know about it? She's a press secretary. I don't think she's really, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand. So we'll be having we will be having the market on close and balance orders at the top of the hour. So what the hell actually happened today? Well, we're coming all the way across, baby. What a long, huh? There's the signaled short stop. Would have been a long. Look at that, 50 points. Okay, cool. Excited. So excited. I just can't hide it. And when you look at the big picture, what does it look like? It looks like that. So, yeah. It is still lower lows, lower highs, but they're coming back across it again now, so. Here's our selling tail down here. Took out that POC finally and closed these gaps. I'm going to consider this to be a overlap, and therefore I'll extend this over there tonight. It's just crap. We're into a crap season. This is triple witching week. This is the week before Christmas. Volume is good though. We had the rollover successfully, 92% volume, and we're down to 2.5 points for the ATR. I'm still surprised at how fast the volume picked up on the roll, but anyway, good for us. Good for it. News, once again. Tomorrow, this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it however you want. Tomorrow, we've got some talking heads and crude inventory. That's pretty much it. the rest of the week. We got a lot of numbers. CPI, jobless claims, Philly Fed, PCE, Michigan. Yeah. And then triple witching, don't forget. So there you go. The other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is also free. You can filter it. And over here is more of a squawk box feel. So this is where the market on close imbalance orders will be. And that's what we're going to be watching for at 1450. Yeah, I stream every day, every trading day at 0800. Look at this thing go. Man, oh man, am I glad I didn't get long. Maybe not. I'm more preoccupied now with what's going on with the system and what I'm going to do to sort that out. Well, there we are. Okay, it did fire at 2:30 exactly. So the end of day, it went to the end of day as I expected that it would, and I talked about earlier, but that's completely wrong. Why did it not pick up T2? I'm going to have to look into it, which I can do by running a back test. So there you go. One trade. At an A, I don't have the two other signals here, which is disappointing. It would have been a stop anyway because it was trading. It was signaling for the short. However, there was an A signal here, and we had a B there, and a trigger. So this was the spot to get long. And that's what the system did. It didn't do it. Somehow it skipped over the B target, the T2 target, but it would have been a full two profit target long. And I didn't take it because I was busy whining like a little Nancy boy, taking that stop and why I wasn't seeing my signals here. So back to the drawing board. Yeah, what can I say? It's a slow week and I'm trying to keep myself going here. So one more trade, no big deal, another brick in the wall. Yeah. That's about it for the recap, and I even forgot to signal that, I think. Yeah. So we'll stand by for the market on close at imbalance at 1450 and then wrap this mess up at top of the hour. Remember, I trade live, direct every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning. No breaks until 1500. Look at this thing go. Damn, you know. I'll tell you, it's really pretty amazing how the nuance or the coincidence of something so simple. I was away and saw us approaching the initial balance here for that statistic on my phone. And I scurried back over here to the office in the house and just in time had I just seen it here, I would have been long. And what a difference, huh? What a difference a minute makes. Pretty crazy. I don't know what that means. But there we go. I'll try to sort out what's going on with these signals over here. This is the back test stuff, which I guess you've figured out. And it's the only way that I see to trade, to approach trading. And it's the methodology that's been recognized by the most successful traders in the world. So I'm just following along. And I'm talking about real successful traders, Jim Simmons and Thorpe and Tudor Jones and Dalio and Tom Sosnoff, those guys, not, some dork on YouTube. Guys that make billions doing this. So there we go. I'll just be standing by. for the. Thanks for coming by. I'm not monetized by YouTube in any way, so your likes and subs are super helpful. And drop something in the chat. That's always great. Yeah. Okay. Well, that day that started out with 2 distributions and looking pretty directional, they finally got it filled in, so it's looking pretty rotational. So that's mean reversion. Fits the pattern. Don't know what in the Sam Hill is going on up here. I'll have to really give some thought to that. It's preoccupied, obviously. So let's see what happens at the 1450, and there you go. 2.5 minutes. I wish I'd have just fallen asleep and not taken that trade. Oh, man. Regret. I think that's a monkey boy thing, isn't it? That's monkey boy country. I think so. What happened here? Nothing yet? Okay, 10, 15 seconds till the market on close orders. I don't expect anything, but, you know, it's always part of the deal, part of the day. I'll console myself with a nice big hot slice of fresh homemade sourdough. There we go. Look at there, a little bit of a bump. Isn't that cute? That's the way it used to be, a lot more active, and there used to be a lot more liquidity jamming in around it, but not so much. We'll see when it materializes over here on thing. Console myself with a nice piece of fresh, hot, homemade sourdough bread and something, I don't know. Yeah, butter for sure, and then maybe peanut butter, maybe. Yeah, probably that. Here we go. Oh, look at us go, oh, baby! Look at these market on close imbalance orders here. 1,327,000,000 buy side S&P. 1,542,000,000 NAS 100 buy side. 414 million Dow buy, and 1,084,000,000 buy side Mag 7. Remember that this is triple witching week, so whatever the hell that means is happening. All right. It's not light volume, but it's a goofy week, and it's the week before Christmas. So, you know, I'd suggest using your best judgment to be cautious. Remember that your job as a trader is to protect your account. The best way to do that is by following vetted trades. I did. So stop. That shit happens. 50-50, right? No question, no surprise. But I didn't, was no thing about, you know, over trading or making up trades or clicking, you know, whatever. It was a signal trade and I took it. So I did break my trade plan in that I didn't confirm the random risk band was on the stage or not. Trump was still talking about something, so that was my own fault. And I'll, you know, pay that price. You are the most valuable tool you've got in your trading office, so take care of it. You know, rest your eyes, get some natural light, take 3 breaks or 4 breaks a day and get outside somewhere and get some natural light and focus on the horizon. Make sure you keep yourself as healthy as you can, exercise, eat right, sleep well rested. Don't be on emotional tilt. That's probably the biggest thing. It's like drunks think they can do anything, You can have some guys all balled up inside and figures he's going to show the market who's boss. That doesn't usually have a very good ending. So we'll stand by here until the close, 1500. All right, a minute and a half. And this big, look at this big M we've got up here. An ABC, and now we're going to go down the other way. And there we are. Have a great rest of your day. Get away from the screens, get outside, do something. And I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Be there or be square. I'm telling you now.